Kerr County Court is now in session. We'll come to order. It is Monday, June the 13th, 2022. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. I ask everybody to turn your phones off or to silence. And if you would, please stand and join us in the prayer and the pledge, which will be led by Commissioner Gibson.
Let's bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this world, this country, this state, and this county. We pray for the bereavement of people affected in Uvalde, additionally in Ukraine. We ask that you grant us good judgment and wisdom to perform our duties at this assemblage, and that it's in your light. And we pray for rain. I ask for these things in his name. Amen.
Amen.
With allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Almost.
For those of you that missed it, Commissioner Gibson and I are the two veterans on the court, and he got ready to salute the flag, and we don't do that out of uniform anymore. So,
Okay.
the next part of the agenda is the public input. This is the opportunity that we afford every time we meet in regular meetings to listen to the public. It's the opportunity for you to talk to us. We request that you keep your remarks limited to 3 minutes. And we ask that you address something that is not on the agenda. If it is on the agenda, we request that you wait for your input until that agenda item is called. So the public is invited. Is there anyone who would like to offer input to the court? Thank you. Moving on, we'll move on to commissioners' comments. We'll start with Precinct 1.
Need rain.
Need rain.
It's dry. Let's be careful.
3.
Nothing. Broken record. We need rain and need it soon.
Sounds like a long, hot summer to me.
I can say one note that we want to thank all of our volunteer fire departments that went out and put out a fire in Precinct 1. It was a pretty big one. Pretty bad. Could have just devastated that area. So remember your volunteer fire departments. They do great work.
Yeah.
And the Kerrville Fire Department was part of it.
Okay, we've got a pretty long docket today, so we're going to try to be as efficient as we can. Let's go ahead and start our consideration docket, which is item 1.1. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to select the bond option for the indoor arena at the Hill Country Youth Event Center. Pete Calderon.
Good morning. I am Pete Calderon, and I am part of the Capital Improvement Planning Committee, and we unanimously recommend option 2 be placed on the ballot in November for the Kerr County bond for the indoor arena. Option 2 is $6,194,260, and we're seeking your approval.
And just by way of background, I also work with the CIP. The 3 options that we brought, one was a bare bones that would not include new classrooms for 4-H, 3 and 3?
That's the third option.
Third option,
Right.
okay.
Was bare bones.
Okay, well, one of them is the Cadillac, one of them is the bare bones, and this was the middle one where we would do just like we did the show barn. There would be fans and not air conditioning in that big barn when we finished putting the concrete floor in the indoor arena. So that's what the recommendation is, right?
Yes, that we go with option 2, and we're seeking the court's approval.
And we're in the process of finalizing those numbers and getting ready to kick off the bond campaign, and so we need to be able to put the final numbers in place. So I will go ahead and make a motion that we approve option 2 for the indoor arena to be included in the upcoming bond issue.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve option 2. Any discussion?
I want to make just an additional comment on it. And the main difference, one of the main differences is adding 4-H classrooms in the kitchen. There has been, and those would be dedicated to 4-H. They would not be available for rent. And that has been you know, it's an issue. I mean, we're, the classrooms and some of that facility have been used by, or are used by 4-H. They're also used to rent out. And what happens is we as a court put pressure for Spectre to make money. So they try to rent stuff. We put pressure on 4-H to use the facility. And we want 4-H to have free use of that facility. So we have, this court's created a conflict between those two, and this is an effort to resolve that, where 4-H has their dedicated space. They can still use the rest of the facility, but it'll be, this would be reserved for them only. And I think it'll help our 4-H program, and it'll also help the revenue side at that facility.
I'd like to just add that if you haven't been out there lately, the roof is in terrible shape, it leaks. Electrical is terrible. I mean, to me, it's almost a fire hazard. And something has to be done.
Well, we've had it inspected and it flunked every inspection. Now, in all fairness, there's some criticism in the public that a lot of this is just deferred maintenance, and it truly is for 40 years. 40 years it hasn't been maintained. And it's time, that's why we're having to go in with make capital improvements in order to get it up to speed.
That's true to a degree, in my opinion. But that facility was built by volunteers in this community.
Yeah.
And they didn't do everything according to code. I mean, the electrical has been an issue from the beginning. I mean, it was done by a bunch of volunteers that donated a lot of money and a lot of time to build that facility. And it wasn't built by government, so it was not built to a higher standard. It's a great structure.
It was built to be a barn.
It was built to be a barn.
It wasn't in the city limits at that point.
Still
No.
isn't in the city limits.
Well, it runs along that line, and
Right.
most everybody else is in code along that.
Right, but it's a and a lot of it is like age, deferred maintenance, and then the original construction was done by volunteers and then given to the county. So there's a lot of reasons for the price tag. Some of it definitely is deferred maintenance, and others are other reasons.
But it's time to bring it up to speed.
Yes.
That's the bottom line.
Right.
Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Thank you, Pete. Next item on the agenda is item 1.2, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on a request from the Community Council of South Texas, Inc., to approve the proclamation celebrating Community Month of May 2022. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. I'm Carolyn Crawford with Community Council. And Bobby Dykey, who is our president, was not able to be here today, but I am the county coordinator for Kerr County. And we help pay electric bills and long-term rental, which is our TVRA program. We've been in business over 50 years. We've been in Kerrville, I want to say at least 30 years, helping people with their utility and their rental. Were you wanting to say something?
No, you'll know if I want to say
Okay.
something.
I'm sorry. Anyway,
Trust me, you will.
Okay. So what we'd like is for you guys to approve May as Community Action Month.
I've got a question. What does WIC stand for again?
That's Women and Children.
Okay.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve declaring May of 2022 as the Community Action Month for the Community Council of South Texas, Central Texas, Inc.
Can I ask one more question? It's probably not in order. But we also have been trying diligently to pay people's water bills. And because we're having issue with the Kerrville Water Board, we're not able to get in there. So if you guys could help us be able to get in to pay people's water bills, we would love that. I don't know how to get that, but that's what we need.
That's not on the agenda,
Oh,
and
no, no,
I wouldn't
no.
know how to do it either.
Just putting it in your ear.
Okay.
That's all.
But this is just for the proclamation.
Right.
Yes. Who made this? Sorry.
Second.
Beck.
Okay.
I did.
And bless you for what you're doing.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
All those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Good news is, we're not quite to 9:15, so I'm going to let Mr. Ives stay in his seat. We'll scoot down to item 1.4, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve purchasing vehicles for the Environmental Health Department. Reagan Gibbons.
Good morning. So a bit of backstory and information here. We're in the same situation as other departments in the county, getting new vehicles. Last year I was budgeted for the purchase of or the lease of two Ford F-150s. They were ordered last October, and they have yet to come in. And there's no projected build date for them either. So we don't know when we're going to get them. In doing that, I started asking questions through our enterprise fleet program person, and found out that there's a possibility for us to get two 2022 Tahoes. And so I looked into that. Basically, where we're at right now is kind of a take what you can get type of situation. The trucks we don't know about. The Tahoes we do. Apparently they were ordered for a school district, and they canceled a whole bunch of them, but I think some of them were already made. Which right now is not a huge issue for them, because if people cancel an order, they can offload that vehicle pretty fast somewhere. So the complicated part of it is, and as I try to explain, so we have the ability right now to get two Tahoes instead of two trucks. One of the things that I will be coming to discuss with you during budget process is the need for two more vehicles, which would need to be trucks this next budget year. In talking with Enterprise, if I'm allowed to get these Tahoes, we can still hold our current order for the Ford F-150s, and if approved during budget to get those, we can just hold that order and see what happens. Hopefully we'd get them this next year. If not, even if those trucks were already built, we can cancel that order, and it's not a big deal. There won't be any penalty for us ordering and holding that order. So unfortunately, I don't have any backup for you. This came about early last week, and I tried through the week to get an actual quote. I was verbally told total purchase price was $36,000, which would be stretched out over the course of the year in monthly lease payments. I just don't know what those are, and I'm not positive that that is a completely accurate quote, because I don't have one written. That was just verbal.
That's $36,000 each.
Yes, and that would be stretched out over a 4-year period.
Now, since you wanted trucks, Reagan,
Yes,
adapting an SUV to transporting the animals, is there any issue with that?
So if we get the Tahoes, they're actually going to be used for the Solid Waste Division of Environmental Health, which is
So
myself.
they won't be
today.
used with animals at all? This is all environmental?
No, and if we had an emergency situation where you have to put one in the back, I mean, we could manage that. But these are not actually going to be daily used for picking up animals. That we do need trucks for. So the two trucks that are going to need to be replaced this next year, ideally, because of their condition, would need to be trucks. But right now, we would be just fine with a couple of SUVs. So the difference is these Tahoes, no matter what, they're going to be cheaper than the trucks were, because there's no equipment being ordered on them. I basically just said, no equipment. We can use old equipment. If there's something that doesn't work, we either won't put it on there, or we'll figure that out as we go. But that was why the trucks were more expensive at the time, is because they had some new equipment on it to replace 15, 16, 17-year-old equipment that we have on some of these vehicles. But I just don't have a quote to give you right now. I was hoping it was going to be in my email this morning, and it wasn't. So I know that's kind of convoluted, and
Well,
if you don't have any questions.
let me tease this out a little bit. First of all, when I read the agenda item, it said purchasing, and these are actually going to be leasing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So we stand corrected on that. This would be a typical 4-year lease that we're doing with Enterprise.
Yes, sir.
And since you don't have a firm quote,
Yes, sir.
you're asking us to approve this subject to you bringing final quotes to us and have us sign off on those.
Yes, sir.
And we're doing it, and this, I know Commissioner Ballou does not like doing business this way, and I don't either. But you're asking us to approve this, subject to getting final quotes that he'll come back and bring to us.
Nobody likes it.
Well, here,
I know.
I have a big question though.
Yes, sir.
Why do we have to have this size vehicle? Are they gonna go across open terrain? Are they just gonna pull up to a job site and inspect septic? Are they just gonna drive out and see where somebody's been poaching and where they've dumped trash? Because if you are doing that only, you can buy a vehicle that uses a lot less gas and save some money that way. If you're not gonna have to transport anything, you might not need something that big.
That's true too.
I would like
It's-
for
it's
you to
availability is
compare
what the issue
this,
is.
let me finish. I'd like to get a smaller vehicle, because if you don't need these to traverse the terrain out there, you probably don't need a Tahoe. So let's look at something that is a little bit cheaper, a little bit, that conserves gas a little bit.
Well,
Can you
just
do
so-
that for us?
Okay.
Before we
So-
start trying to commit to something we can't really do anyway?
But can I, let me, I've talked to Reagan, he's left a couple of things out. One, Reagan doesn't have a vehicle right now. He's using his personal vehicle, which is unacceptable, in my mind. Because we don't have our policy, he can't even get reimbursed for the use of his vehicle.
Okay.
A Tahoe, so one of these vehicles, we go to Reagan. I think a Tahoe is a good vehicle for solid waste personally, because they do carry equipment around, they're doing stuff, they are off-road a lot. I don't know that we need two, I think we need one right now, because we need to get something. The price, I don't know that it needs to come back with a quote. We have a dollar figure in our budget. These are less than that, we could approve it, as long as they're less than what we budgeted.
Yes, but we want something that'll conserve gas also at the same time.
Well-
And if you don't have to do the things you're talking about, transport equipment, if all I gotta do is drive up to a job site and approve a septic system, I don't need a Tahoe for that.
Well, I can
They
go
can get a
back-
Chevy Cobalt for that.
But Reagan, in his job, I think he has to have the flexibility.
Well, there is one point, we are not, this is not the OSF. This is, I think there's been a little bit of confusion in the past on exactly what environmental health, our situation. It's one department with two directors and two divisions, basically. We don't do anything with the septics unless there's an issue, and then we do. These guys are actually going everywhere in the county. So whether the size or not, it's a lot of times that makes a difference on two-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, but they go a lot of places. Like, we have no idea where we're going to end up, and it's a lot more than just inspecting septics. We do go out on that, yes, when needed, whenever there's a nuisance condition, but these vehicles are no telling where we'll end up. We end up all the same places that the sheriff's department ends up, all the same places that you just never know. You never know where we're going to be. But yes, the gas obviously is an issue for everybody, and it's just an availability thing. So these were available. So
We lose them if we don't take them.
I've heard that a lot lately. So if we do kind of like what Commissioner Letts was suggesting, get one of the Tahoes and get some other more fuel efficient vehicle, can you look at that?
I can look at that. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
thank you.
Reagan, these would probably be vehicles that you would be asking for in the next budget. Is that?
Well, yeah, so these vehicles, because I asked for the trucks, and the
Right.
trucks we just can't get them. And we're now 8 or 9 months in to having ordered them. The Tahoes would actually replace those trucks right now, because these could be replaced with an SUV, because we don't need to haul animals in these. It would be ideal to have trucks, but we can make do. The ones that are gonna need to be replaced this next budget year, if that's something that gets approved through the budget process, will need to be trucks. So that wouldn't be an option next year. But availability right now, we could definitely make do just fine with Tahoes or whatever they have that's not a car. That wouldn't be good, but an SUV.
I'll make a motion that we authorize the purchase or the lease through the enterprise project of one Tahoe, subject to the price being less than the approved amount for a truck.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion to approve the the lease of one of these Tahoes,
Yeah.
subject to final quote.
Well, subject to being less than what we approved.
Yes, less than what we've approved by. Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, let's go back to item 1.3, which is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the responsibilities of the Sexual Assault Recovery Team, or SART. And we have Brent Ives here to discuss this with us. He brought this to my attention. This was a product of an unfunded mandate from the Texas legislature last year that just recently found its way to my desk. We should have formed this team by the end of last year. We do have to finish the protocol by the end of this year. That's the deadline that we have. There are certain recommended members for this team, and I'm sure we're going to discuss that, but we have to get a team in place. And so this is the first step to kind of educate the court and kick the ball off, get the ball rolling here. Brent?
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners, Judge Kelly. I'm Brent Ives, Suzanne Tomerlin. We're with Hill Country Crisis Council, the local sexual assault program here in the county as well as surrounding counties. And as Judge Kelly has laid the foundation, we're here to speak about the sexual assault response team, a coordinated response team for survivors of sexual assault. It's going to involve required partners. I'm going to have Suzanne go ahead and fill you in on those partners and the purpose of the team.
Yes, a lot of people think of Hill Country Crisis Council as only the emergency shelter here in town, but we also have the Children's Advocacy Center where we conduct forensic interviews on children that outcry child abuse, sexual abuse, or physical abuse. And the reason I'm talking about that is because they have a model that is similar to the sexual assault response team, and it's called a multidisciplinary team. And when there is an outcry of child abuse, there is a team of people that come together that is very similar to what the sexual assault response team will be. It is law enforcement. Mainly in this situation, it's multiple law enforcement offices. It's a sexual assault forensic nurse that does the exams at the hospital. It's the Department of Family Services, which we wouldn't have with the sexual assault response team. Mental health providers and district attorneys and investigators. That when that team came into existence, and I don't know when the multidisciplinary team was mandated or developed in children's advocacy centers, but when that model came to be, the result and outcome of child abuse cases rose and rose for the good, got better and better and better as far as prosecution, as far as the care of the child, and the care of the family as a whole. And that's what we intend to do with sexual assault, for sexual assault victims. They deserve to be met with a team that can provide better services to them, whether it's mental health care, which we already do provide that. The justice system already does do their part. Investigators do their part, but this would be a coming together of all of those partners, and the whole is greater than the sum of its parts in this instance. Nonetheless, this has been is now law by the state of Texas that each county will have one. When Judge Kelly, when you were talking about maybe we're behind the 8 ball. We're not. We're good. In our region of the Alamo Area Council of Governments, it's like 18 counties or so. Bear County.
I made a number of calls and they were just as new about this as I was.
Yes, and we appreciate you responding to us. We were really glad to get your email. But anyway, the Commissioner's Court, for the sake of brevity, I'm just gonna talk about your responsibilities. It's basically to send the invitations to the statutory members. And then you're going to receive a report every other year from that team. So that's pretty much the start and end of what the Commissioners Court, what the state of Texas is asking Commissioners Courts to do. And we will.
Suzanne, who coordinates all of it? Who would be in charge of it?
That's going to be determined by the team.
Well,
So-
that's the important thing, so you have accountability.
Absolutely. There's
Yes.
in law. There has to be a designated
Presiding
leader,
officer.
Coordinator,
Yes.
however you want to term it. And so that is in the information that we have. That is something that will be developed once the team gets together, reviews the law, looks at how this team wants to function, and determines who's going to be the coordinator. It's very similar to our multidisciplinary team that we have for child abuse investigations. We, as a Children's Advocacy Center, designate that coordinator. It doesn't have to be us. It could be a prosecutor. It could be a law enforcement officer. It's just kind of evolved into that for us, and we've taken on that responsibility. For this team, we don't know what it's going to look like, to answer your question.
Brent, when I read through this, it says that we could have a multi-county.
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to get to that.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, does that make sense? I mean, it seems like by reading through it that almost every county would have to appoint all these different members. So I'm wondering, just a recommendation from y'all, is it better to do a single Kerr County one or try to form a multi-county?
I think in the beginning, it makes sense to have a multi-county sexual assault response team because of capacity. Because these smaller counties, some of the prosecutors are going to be the same from the 198th and maybe the 216th in Gillespie County or in Bandera County. And so just from a capacity standpoint, especially from a prosecutor standpoint, and maybe even the mental health services that are provided in these counties, it would be duplicating services. Maybe down the road, once we figure out what we're doing and how we want this to operate, then you could look at specific sexual assault response teams in each county if it made sense. But right now, I think in the beginning, this is the way our multidisciplinary team evolved, was to have multiple counties at once, and then 10, 15 years down the road, we made a decision to split those into individual counties, if that answers your question.
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
And so you kind of recommending Gillespie, Kerr, Bandera? Would make sense?
And Kendall is
Kendall.
in our
Before?
area. Uh-huh.
Okay.
I think that's going to be a question also for the team. I can make a recommendation of what I think and what we would think makes sense, and then we get into a meeting with the sheriff and the chief of police here in Kerr County and Lucy and Stephen as far as having those conversations, and they may see that differently. I think it makes sense early on, but again, that's one voice.
Well, it makes sense that the two prosecutor offices in this that are based here in Kerr County, what counties are covered in that those would be the counties included.
Right.
They don't have any jurisdiction beyond that anyway. Okay.
But just to kind of set the stage and so people understand, this is not a new county department. These are not county employees. But I'm clear, this is for the public, Brent,
Okay.
so they understand what we're doing. We're going to bring these people together, and just the list of people that are included is chief administrator, prosecutors, the sheriff, the police chief, the sexual assault nurse examiners or forensic examiners, and a representative from the largest healthcare provider in the county, and a representative from behavioral health services provider operating in the county, which is MHDD. So we'll get these representatives. I have reached out here at the courthouse and invited Heather, our county attorney, to help us get this thing kicked off. I've also invited Pam Peter, who is our crime victims coordinator, to try to bring like-minded people together so we can all sit down and figure out how to do this. It's a very worthwhile undertaking. There's no question about that. It's going to be a little cumbersome trying to get it organized, but that's what we're charged to do, and that's what we're going to do.
Well, sometimes the legislature does something right, but they never take care of the details.
Well, they rarely pay for it.
They hardly ever pay.
So this is just to update us in that at a future meeting, a membership of a committee in the geographic area will be brought back to us?
Well, what I would like to do is to start with Suzanne and
Brent.
Brent, and I've already asked Heather and Pam We'll sit down, bring some other people to the table, and come back and make recommendations to you on how we do it and who it ought to be. And they meet quarterly, and then they have to present a biannual report every 2 years to this court so that there's accountability at the county level. But we just need to get it kicked off. And these people will then be the ones, once you appoint them, they will be the ones that put together the protocol. There will be a written protocol on exactly how to do all of this and make everything available, which is, it's great to have a handbook to know how to do it, and so that we get it right every time. So I think it's going to be worthwhile. It's just something that, I apologize, I didn't know I was supposed to be doing it last year, but we're going to do it this year.
So we need to have it in place by the end of the year, which makes it easy. Is there if there's any funding, it should be done by new budget season. Is there any funding that we have to supply?
I don't think we anticipate funding at this point.
Okay.
I mean, we won't turn it down.
I know that. I knew that. But I mean,
no, we don't expect this to cost to the county anything, a little time, and that's it.
So this is really just more information. We don't have any action to take other than, I guess maybe your approval for us to go ahead and initiate the efforts of trying to put this together.
Yeah, specifically the invitation from the Commissioners Court to those agencies that are in law mandated to be at a minimum a part of that team. I think that needs to be formalized.
And Brent, do you think it's easier to when we're looking like at a law enforcement agency, to send the invitation to just one person, so that that person will have to appear instead of within that agency them tossing the ball and saying who's going to come first?
I think initially it makes sense for those invitations to go to the sheriff and to Chief McCall and to the district attorney's offices. In the law, they are able to designate somebody to begin to stand in or to attend or be a representative for that committee or that sexual assault response team, but those are decisions that they will make at that level, at that highest level.
What I think we're really doing is the court would be authorizing a preliminary organizational SART, a sexual assault response team, to form a formal SART. And initially we're going to look at primarily at Kerr County level and come back with recommendations to the court.
And when we include other counties, those courts will follow the same actions that you did. So, but we are here. It sounds like you are very educated on this already, but we are here for any support that you need. And yes, there's so much assistance from Texas Association Against Sexual Assault in everything. And like you said, it's like there's protocol, there's bylaws, you don't need to reinvent or invent this wheel. So that makes it a lot easier.
So I'll make a motion that the court go ahead and authorize this preliminary organizational team to put together recommendations for members to invite people and come to the court with recommendations to form our own sexual assault response team.
Second.
Any other discussion?
The implication is that you're doing that?
I'm going to work with them. And I give the credit to Brent. He's the one that did this. Now, I did read everything he sent me. I did do that.
Thank you. And on our end, we will coordinate with Heather and with Pam. It sounded like that you've invited those folks to the table, and so we'll get together and have a meeting.
Well, they're my support.
Okay. All right.
So with that, those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Thank you both for coming in.
Thank
You
you.
bet.
Paul.
Thank you.
Okay. Next item is 1.5, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to extend the audit submittal deadline of 30 days for Emergency Services District Number 1. Commissioner Harris.
Yes, ESD number 1 came up with little problems. The bookkeepers were a little bit delinquent coming up with their compilation, and you'll see, I believe in the next one, they got it in just a few days over the deadline, the June 1 deadline. So I'd like to grant them an extension, which in the next agenda item will approve what they got in.
Now, didn't we have this issue last year?
Yeah,
Yes, we
and
did.
it was, and it was, and you know what?
We have
ESD
new
number two-
personnel this time. Is it same scenario now?
Last year, it was kind of a China virus problem.
Okay.
Okay. And the same bookkeepers do ESD number 2. They both got all their information to the people in time. I don't know if it was, I'm not sure if it's, if they're shorthanded or what have you.
But
Yes,
answer your questions, yes
Yes.
and yes.
And so it should come with a stern warning.
What?
Third time you strike out, you get in trouble.
right.
Yeah.
I will tell you that the ESD number 1 got their information to them in December. Gave them, reminded them in March, and they said, well, we're not gonna have it. They haven't even started it. And then gave them a real stern warning, and they got it a few days over the deadline. So, you know, I wouldn't point the finger at the ESD. I go to their meetings. They get everything done properly. But,
Maybe they need to do bookkeeping.
well, that could happen.
Well,
too.
that's really the issue. The ESD board members are volunteers.
Yeah.
And
One of them got it.
we got same glitch as last year, different players, but same glitch.
Right.
And they're good folks, and they're giving their time and all that sort of stuff, but, and rules are the rules.
Right.
The rules are the rules,
Yeah.
but you can't, and with volunteers, you can't push a rope, you know.
Sure.
Right.
So I move for approval of giving them the extension.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the extension for the audit submittal deadline for 30 days for ESD 1. Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. 1.6, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to accept Emergency Services District Number 1's compilation report.
Exactly. And we kind of laid that out already, so I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the compilation report. Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. 1.7, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to accept Emergency Services District Number 2's compilation report.
And again, they got theirs in plenty of time from the same bookkeepers. And so I move for approval.
Second.
Okay. Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Okay. We've got timed items. We'll start at the 9:30, 1.8. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve a resolution authorizing the submission of an application to FEMA Hazard Mitigation Assistance Grant to develop a hazard mitigation plan for the county and its participants. Ms. Putnam?
Okay,
Mr.
let's go
Thomas.
first. Okay, this is the resolution. Before you guys, you guys had signed the court order, and this is to actually go out for the FEMA grant funds in order to have the procurement for the services to write the hazard mitigation grant.
Any discussion?
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the resolution to go out for the FEMA hazard mitigation grants. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Thank you. Next is item 1.9. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to receive and open bids for administrative services for requests for proposals for the administrative services related to the Hazard Mitigation Assistance Grant Program.
And I do believe you have that.
Is that what this is?
Yes.
That's what this is?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Stuffed it in there, didn't I?
We used a little bigger envelope. We have one submission from GrantWorks don't know if there's anything in particular that we should. Yes. I'll make a motion that we accept the submission by GrantWorks and refer it to Dub and Noel for review and recommendation.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the proposal submitted by GrantWorks for administrative services. Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Item 1.10, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to select a committee to review the request for proposal received for administrative services related to the Hazard Mitigation Assistance Grant programs.
Okay, and what we're requesting here is we do need a scoring committee to be assigned in order to go through the RFP and do the scoring chart. The last one ended up having a commissioner, the auditor, and Dub on the last scoring committee, so it needs to be at least 3 people. It can be more. But we need to have a committee assigned in order to go through the packet.
Appropriate for Noel to be part of that, Judge?
I think so, because the recommendation comes back to us, right?
Yes.
So it could be you and Dub and one other.
Tanya?
It needs to be one elected official. We
Well,
need an elected official. Actually, hold on, I can tell you exactly what it is.
And a member of the board?
Yeah.
Becky, you want to do that?
I'll do that. I saw it coming.
Started looking for an empty chair.
So we've
That's
got.
the only requirement. It has to have one elected official for sure.
So we've got a motion to appoint a committee that would consist of Commissioner Gibson, Dub Thomas, our Emergency Management Coordinator, Noel Putman, our Grant Coordinator, and Tanya Shelton, our Auditor. Is that right?
Can I make a motion?
I did.
Okay.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Still on a timed item at 9:30, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the scoring sheet to be used to review the request for proposals received for the administrative services. And that's just to approve the scoring sheet?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, I've provided that. That's just a scoring sheet we will use during the committee.
Looks fine for me. I move for approval.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the scoring sheet as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Item 1.12, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to authorize the county judge to sign and submit the county's request for capital credits from the Texas Comptroller of Public Accounts. Ms. Shelton.
Yes, in conjunction with Local Government Code Section 381.04, Texas Property Code Section 74602 authorizes the Texas Comptroller of Public Accounts to allocate a portion of the unclaimed capital credits received from electric cooperatives back to the counties in the cooperative service area. So the report that you have in front of you authorizes the comptroller's office to release those credits to us. We do use these credits to fund our contribution to the Economic Development Corporation, which is one of the the general uses of the capital credits.
And just so the public understands, we routinely do this every year.
Yes.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve submitting the county's request for capital credits from the Texas Comptroller of Public Accounts. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Item 1.13, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to address the possibility of prohibiting or restricting the sale or use of restricted fireworks. In other words, skyrockets with sticks and missiles with fins in any portion of the unincorporated area of Kerr County pursuant to the local government code for the July 4th fireworks season. We're dry again.
We're dry. I looked at the
Yeah.
report this morning and
Didn't
we're
look
dry
good.
as a bone, so I move that we restrict rockets with sticks and missiles with fins for this upcoming July 4th holiday.
Second.
Okay. Got a motion and a second to approve restricting the sale or use of restricted fireworks with skyrockets with sticks or missiles with fins.
Judge, a question on this, and 'cause this is a bit of an extraordinary year drought-wise, and years past, probably before you were county judge, there is a provision, I believe, where we can declare a state of emergency and ban all fireworks. And we did that once anyway, whether we legally could do it or not.
It speaks to the December fireworks season, that provision. I looked it up because I want to be able to talk to y'all about that today.
Okay, well, we can defer, I mean, or you can come back. But it's not on the agenda, I just brought it up that, it's crispy.
I think it should be considered.
Well, my question is this, if we proceed with this, we can
Right.
still have an emergency declaration at some other point.
Right, it doesn't impact, I just brought it up because.
But can we for this season, though?
You have to make a determination by June the 15th to restrict the fireworks, the particular fireworks that you've already restricted, or that you're going to vote to restrict.
Right.
If there is a way to prohibit them entirely because of an emergency, I'll look and let you know, but that provision that we talked about does speak to the December fireworks season only and not to the July 4th fireworks season, so if there's something different, I can look and let y'all know.
I'd appreciate it if you do that, because I don't know how bad it's going to be, but if it's bad enough and we think we need to do it, we need to know if we can.
I as we sit here right now, I don't think so, but I
understand,
Okay.
but we need to hear back from you. If we can't, tell us we can't, because the public needs to know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so with that, those in favor of restricting the sale and use of fireworks as presented here today, with skyrockets with sticks and missiles with fins, those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Okay, even though we have a hefty docket, we're actually ahead of time, but let's go ahead and take a break and come back at 10 o'clock, and we'll start the 10 o'clock docket. We'll come back to order. We move on to time 10 o'clock items. Item 1.14, which is a public hearing regarding the proposed Kerr County Economic Development Program, including guidelines and criteria for tax abatement. Again, this is routine. We do this every year. So it's on the agenda with my name on it simply because this is routine business that we have to do every year. So I'll make a motion that this is a public hearing. Anybody else want to speak to this? Okay. There being no one else to appear, then we'll adjourn the public meeting. We move on to item 1.15, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the approval of the proposed Kerr County, Texas Economic Development Program, including guidelines for criteria for tax abatement. And I make a motion that we approve that.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Item 1.16. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to release bond number RCB 00278284 in the amount of $125,000 for the January 13, 2020 version of Tortuga Arroyo Estates, a subdivision plat that was never filed and has been replaced with a new preliminary plat dated September 27, 2021. Mr. Gore, welcome to court.
Thank you. Judge, Commissioners, this was presented originally, I think, back in September. Final plat for the subdivision was approved and a performance bond for associated construction was accepted on January 13, 2020 by order number 37909. The subdivision consisted of 8 lots and a private gated road approximately 3,000 feet long. Each lot was greater than 22 acres. However, the developer did not file the plat with the county clerk's office and the property has been sold. Since the new owner wishes to further develop the subdivision, the court rescinded order 37909 by order 38974 and reviewed a new preliminary plat on September 27, 2021. The subdivision now proposes 33 lots, each greater than 5 acres, and 4 roads totaling approximately 8,200 feet. The former developer, Larry Mullins, respectfully requests that his performance bond number RBC 0027284 in the amount of $125,000 be released. County engineer requests the court release bond number RCB 0027284 in the amount of $125,000 for the January 13, 2020 version of Tortuga Arroyo Estates, a subdivision plat that was never filed and has been replaced with a new preliminary plat that was reviewed September 27, 2021, precinct 1.
I'll move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve releasing the bond for Tortuga Arroyo Estates in the amount of $125,000 as presented. Is there any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. In just a second, I got a notice, Mr. Carter.
Yes, sir.
Bobby, if you could step aside.
Sure.
He wanted to talk about abatement, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that was the issue that we just dealt with.
I didn't see it on here, didn't know, the address wasn't on there, I didn't see it anyway. A lot of the work has been done already, the structure has been taken down.
What are we talking about?
He's talking about the thing.
104 storage lane in Center Point.
Oh, no. He's talking about a solid waste abatement.
A different abatement.
No,
This is
That's a different issue than
abatement.
what we just dealt with.
Well, it's not on the agenda though, is it?
not
No.
this.
I mean, he misunderstood what it
Yeah, it was
was.
a,
Okay,
it's
yeah.
a different abatement.
But I wanted to make sure that if you had something to address the court, would make it
Yeah,
available.
your property's not on the agenda today.
It's not today?
No,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
Yes, sir.
What is your name?
Jeffrey Carter,
Thank you. Have a good day.
just a misunderstanding. Item 1.17, which is a public hearing for the revision of plat for Wild Ranch Lands Tracts 46B, 46C, and 49A. I call the public meeting to order. Is there anyone who would like to appear and address this issue? There being none, we'll adjourn the public meeting and move on to item 1.18, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to approve a preliminary plat of Steel Creek Estates in Center Point.
This proposal subdivides 149.55 acres in Center Point. It proposes 24 lots with 3 roads. Each lot will be greater than 5 acres. Primary access will be from a proposed road to be known as Steel Creek Crescent, approximately 5,500 feet long off of Highway 27. Of course, this is in Center Point. The developer has indicated they will request Kerr County maintain the roads at the end of construction. The county engineer requests the court consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve a preliminary plat for Steel Creek Estates in Center Point, Precinct 2.
So the average lot size is over 20 acres?
No, for this one, the average lot size is over 5.
Over
5
5.
acres.
They're averaging about
You
6
said 24 lots on 149 acres?
Yeah, it's about 6 acres.
Yes, and that, there's also room for the right-of-way that would be dedicated for 3 different roads.
Okay, has Headwaters been consulted or informed about this change?
As I understand, they have been notified. We have not consulted with them at this point,
No communication?
other than a phone call I received this morning.
Under our current rules, this meets our requirements. However, the other comment is that we don't approve preliminary plats.
Right.
So, I mean, this is this is an informational item that we won't take action on. But we just, I mean, under the new law, as I understand it. preliminary plats don't exist.
So actually, the September 27th, the one previous to this, Tortuga, Arroyo, that was the stance of the court. So trying to get clarification, because talking to Charlie, and it sounds like other preliminary plats since September 27th, 2021, have come to Commissioner Court and been approved. Is that, I'm just trying to understand for future reference. Mike Wellborn, 631 Water Street, Kerr.
Sure. Let's kind of set the stage. I think we're kind of catching this thing mid-thought.
Yes, sir.
This is the old Center Point Village property, right?
Correct.
This is a new development proposal, a new scheme, and it is to develop this almost 150 acres by dividing it into 24 lots, having 3 roads, and you filed a preliminary plat requesting approval. First of all, the state of Texas has completely eliminated preliminary plat approval. But we encourage working with the developers with a preliminary plat. And we have worked with a number of developers with that. And the purpose is that we actually like the old system. The state changed it, but we think it's important that we be able to sit down and work with the developer in developing a final plat for a developer. And so to that extent, we work with you on these things, but in terms of taking a vote for a preliminary plat approval, I don't think we do that anymore, do we?
No.
In fact, I think it's probably illegal. I don't know what the consequence would be, but this is a process, Mike, that we want to encourage.
Yes, sir. And Charlie, the county engineer, did encourage us to bring the preliminary plat, so we're going to go straight to final. From my understanding, there was some conversation with the court that encouraged us to go ahead and bring this forward. So that's the reason we did bring the preliminary plat.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
And so that's and normally we don't actually start discussing an issue until we have a motion on the floor, motion and a second, which we don't have at this point. I think this is probably more of a discussion item than it is an action item, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
And so with that, I know we have people from the public that do want to address the court. Let me just ask, Rich, I know you filed your form.
Thank you, Judge Kelly. My name is Rich Paces. I'm a resident of Center Point. And
I think we know who you are now.
well, good. Look, was going to ask you to table this item. Since there's no action being taken, I'll only say that, you know, I want to encourage the Commissioners Court to work very closely with Headwaters Groundwater Conservation District. You know, here we are in the midst of what may turn out to be one of the most severe droughts. It's certainly worse than the drought in 2011 at this stage. Headwaters Groundwater Conservation District will be discussing and I hope approving some new district rules at their meeting on Wednesday. And those district rules would have a specific impact on this development project because they're planning to create a management zone for East Kerr County. A study was recently completed which shows that the area in and around Centerpoint, again, East Kerr County, is much more severely affected by the drought. The aquifer water levels are much lower than they are in the rest of the county. And so, you know, by the authority that they have, they are capable and may end up establishing a management zone for East Kerr County that this property would be part of. And the district rules would then change, and instead of being greater than 5 acres for one exempt well, it would be greater than 7 acres for one exempt well. They're also talking about lowering the production cap. They're also talking about, there's one other area, I can't remember, but well, these are significant changes that may actually be ratified on Wednesday. We'll see what Headwaters Groundwater Conservation District decides to do. I would just encourage the court, as you are particularly working on your new subdivision rules, to do everything you can to align with Headwaters Groundwater Conservation District so that we don't have confusion and conflict when developers want to come in and make their proposals.
Well, and by way of an ongoing discussion, Rich, we were in the process of proposing revised subdivision rules. But this discussion sometimes it's like what a conflation. We've got apples and oranges on the table that we're talking about. We've got the county subdivision rules, and then we've got the Headwaters rules. Right. And we can't tell Headwaters what to do, and Headwaters can't tell us what to do. But we do work together. And one of the things that we're looking at is in terms of subdivision rules. I think in executive session we're actually going to talk a little bit about where we are, the status with our revised subdivision rules. But we're hoping to get those finalized and all the public notices out to get them enacted within the next several months. So that is in the works. But one of the things that's I think important for the public to understand is when a developer files an application for plat approval, what controls is the timing of the filing. And at this point, what's been filed has been filed under our existing subdivision rules. Now, we're proposing to change those rules, and been working closely with Headwaters, very closely with Headwaters, and we anticipate that water availability has become one of the central focuses of our new subdivision rules. That said, you can't apply those rules ex post facto. They come in under the time they file their application for the plat approval. For the county, that would be the apple. The orange is going to be what Headwaters rules are Headwaters rules, and we have to live with those rules. Okay? And we are trying to cooperate very closely with Headwaters to do that. So what Headwaters may do on Wednesday is not within the scope of our authority at this point. But this is something that we're all paying very close attention to, and I'm sure Mike and his team are too. This is just the state of where we are these days.
Again, fair enough, and since you're not taking any action today, we'll see what Headwaters Groundwater Conservation District does on Wednesday, and then it becomes a matter of, well, which rules
both can be
succeed.
consistent. What would happen, I suspect, and I have no idea what Headwaters they're going to do, but assuming this gets filed before we change our rules, because our rules are based very closely on water availability, and our current rules are based on water availability. That's why we have 5 acres. That's what their numbers are. if this were approved by us at 5 acres and they change it to 7 acres, what they would do is reduce the production per lot based on this percent size. It's less than 7 acres. So if it was a 3.5 acre lot, they'd give it half the allocation, half the production. That's how their rules work right now.
Not so sure
Generally.
about that, but anyway.
Yeah, that's how they're supposed to work. Well, that's what they just told us on another subdivision. So I presume that's what
You know,
they're doing.
for example, else they don't monitor.
I know, I know, but that's why, that's another issue. I mean, I think there's that's why there's confusion, because there's a
I
lot of
agree, there's a
different,
lot of confusion.
ways on how Headwaters does their thing. We can't get into that. I mean,
I only encourage the court to
Right.
eliminate the confusion and work as closely and align the subdivision rules with Headwater Groundwater Conservation District rules to the extent possible.
and
I think the public will be pleased to see how closely we are working with it.
and we've always.
Now, all of this said, Rich, another thing that you need to understand is when the legislature eliminated these preliminary plat approvals, okay, it's now final plat approvals. And a developer can hit us with an application for a final plat approval, and we have 30 days to approve or deny or conditionally approve, and have to provide detailed explanations and authority as to why we did that. And so we're operating under the gun when these things get filed. And that's why we appreciate what Welborn's done in coming to us to help us sit down and work through these issues constructively so that nobody's putting a gun to each other's temples here. So,
I
we're,
believe, though, the developer also has the responsibility to put in an application with Headwaters Groundwater Conservation District as well. My knowledge is they have not done that yet.
well, then
Thank you.
that's why we're having the conversation. Okay. For those of you that don't know, here's a member of Headwaters Board, Tom Jones.
My name's Tom Jones. I'm not going to go into all of our rules and our rule changes. And you're right, we do work very closely together. I wouldn't want anybody to think that we don't. But we had no knowledge of this change until yesterday when we saw your agenda. We weren't invited to the concept meeting, any of this. Normally we are. Normally either Chris Childs or Gene will be there at those meetings. And they could have been informed at that time. That, Commissioner Les, what you were talking about probably won't apply for that East Kirk County area because it is a specialty area. It's got significant drops that have not been addressed for many years. We're not against any kind of growth at all, but we are going to try to make these changes on Wednesday that will have a direct impact on what they're proposing. And so you can approve under your current rules. That's perfectly fine, but what's it gonna do to a developer? And so we do need to be a little more close in how we're working on what we're fixing to do here before something happens. Now, he won't get all that filed and approved, even under your rules, until we've done whatever we're gonna do, however that plays out. But we do have anticipated these changes that we're gonna make.
And so that the public understands and everybody in this room understands. The plat approval process currently does not require approval from Headwaters.
Right. Correct.
And so when he says he wasn't invited to the meeting, it's because technically right now, he doesn't have a seat at the table.
Right.
But one of the things that we're having ongoing discussion with is to give them a seat at that table and to include them in the plat approval process so that we are talking to one another and we don't have little missteps and as we
Right,
go
and
through
we've
all
had
this
those
process.
conversations, and that is what we're working towards, because we all recognize that's an error that needs to be corrected. And so we had this situation come up that caught us off guard, and so that's the reason I'm here this morning. I was like, whoa, wait a minute. I don't want to see, because Mike's a friend of mine, I don't want to see people like that go to do all this work and then find out we changed our rules that's going to significantly affect their entire plan. It'll cut them down to about 21 lots is what it would do for that 149 acres. So it will make a change. Anyway, I agree. I just want to agree with you that we are two different entities. We have different ways that we establish our rules, but we are trying to work together. But on something like this, I think it's our responsibility cooperatively to make sure he doesn't get burned in the process.
Well, and I think it's important for the development community, the engineering community, everybody to understand that we are on the same team.
Sure, absolutely.
We don't have any authority over one another. I liken it to the Army-Navy game. They're very, very competitive. At the end of that game, they gather in the end zone and they sing the losing school's alma mater first as brothers in arms, and then they sing the winning school's alma mater, and they go out and they are brothers in arms.
Well, I'm different from you. I liken it to marriage.
Very good.
Well,
But it's all
one
constructive
thing I would
conversation.
add is that it is not required that Headwaters be at those meetings, but it has been customary that as a courtesy, they have been invited.
Yes.
Beneficial. I don't know that there was a concert meeting that I'm aware. I was out. I've never been to a concert meeting.
Was there?
You would know.
Yeah.
No.
I wasn't at a meeting.
This is why we have YouTube, so everybody can hear what we're saying.
Sure. So,
No.
no, our understanding was that, and you gotta understand, this is kind of all evolves. Because back in September 27, 2021, we were taken back by the court not approving the preliminary plat. It's like, hey, we got rid of the preliminary plat process, we got rid of the concept plan process. So we were under the impression that all these things had been gotten rid of. Now fast forward to submitting, we got the new Tortuga, Arroyo Estates, not to be
Right.
yeah, but the controversial Tortuga, this is different. And then we have this Still Creek project. And so when Charlie mentioned that, hey, the court would like to have a preliminary plat process, we're like, the court doesn't have a preliminary plat process. I was like, no, we do now. We came back to that and have a preliminary plat process. It's optional. So that's why we already passed the concept plan. Charlie already has our detailed civil construction plans. And so we're going to go straight to final. But as a courtesy, we went ahead and brought the preliminary plat to you, not realizing that that was, again, part of the process.
But these are all essential conversations, Mike, and for us to learn how to work better together.
Yes, sir.
Because we're all trying to improve and do what's best for the
And I
county.
think it would be great to maybe have, on the routing slip, to maybe have Headwaters.
That's our
part of
plan.
that.
It's
Yeah.
a plan.
That's previews of coming attractions, but that's the plan.
Yeah.
So this is just clarification.
Okay, very good. And, well, maybe this isn't the place to do it, but I'd love to be a part of the discussion regarding preliminary plats as part of that House Bill 3167. We've worked with other counties and looked at that pretty substantially. My understanding is that the counties can't require a concept plan as a condition of approval of a final plat or preliminary plat. But preliminary plats are still accepted in other counties and approved through the county's process. So this is something I'd love to discuss with you
Well,
in detail.
we need to tell our county attorney to help us run that to ground.
Well, basically, it's approved unless there's an objection. That's what it is.
Yeah,
It's a default approval, and if there's a reasonable concern, then it's stopped.
Yeah. It's
Or
either
at least
we
that
comply
that's
with the
expressed.
subdivision regulations or we don't comply with it. And so,
I think it's a terminology. We probably need to get rid of the terminology preliminary plat approval and just have a discussion, a subdivision discussion.
because I think the preliminary plat is a great tool. My concern is if you make it optional,
Yeah.
then you're gonna have people that leapfrog it. You know,
Right.
It's not gonna come, you're not gonna get that chance to do it. That's why I think it's great for this county engineer. I think it's great for y'all to have that.
Well, and just so you know, we like it.
Yes, sir.
We like the preliminary
And
plat
we will
approval
bring this
process.
forward to you in the future, even if it is, as long as our client's okay with it. Not all clients are going to be.
I understand.
Okay.
But also know that we're trying to bring Headwaters to the table also.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Item 1.19, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on July the 25th, 2022, for a revision of plat for, is that Stacky Ranch lots 3 and 4?
Stacky Ranch.
Thank you, man.
I have to ask my Germans how to pronounce some of these names.
I hope that's
Stop.
right. That's what
Well, they say Stacky. They call it
Yeah.
Stacky.
It's got 2 A's in it.
Depends on which generation.
Okay.
This proposal revises Lot 3, which is currently, or as platted, 73.003 acres, and Lot 4, which is as platted, 64.111 acres, revises them into 3 lots. Lot 3R will be 12.715 acres. Lot 4R will be 119.48 acres, and Lot 4R1 will be 5.00 acres. Frontage for all lots will remain on Bear Creek Road. The county engineer requests the board set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on July 25th, 2022 for a revision of plat for Stacky Ranch, lots 3 and 4, volume 5, page 77, precinct 3.
Move for approval.
Got a motion and a second to approve setting the public meeting for, July 25th at 10 a.m. for Stacky Ranch lots 3 and 4. Any discussion? Those in favor?
It's been a long time coming on this one.
Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Item 1.20, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to conditionally approve a final plat for Mystic Ridge Estates with the condition that the city of Kerrville approve and sign the plat and accept bond number LICX 1210568 in the amount of $1,459,250 for the associated construction improvements.
This proposal subdivides 537.45 acres between Spur 100 and Cypress Creek Road. It is adjacent to the city of Kerrville. It proposes 23 lots and 2 roads. Each lot will be greater than 20 acres. Primary access will be from a proposed road to be known as Countless Views Drive, which is approximately 9,300 feet long, to all Spur 100. It is in Kerrville's ETJ and must be approved by both entities. A concept plan meeting was held in the county engineer's office on February 23rd, 2022, and information was presented to the court on May 23rd, 2022, which was the last meeting. Construction plans for the subdivision have been approved by the county engineer. The developer has submitted an engineer's estimate for construction costs along with a performance bond. The developer has indicated they will request Kerr County maintain the roads at the end of construction. The county engineer requests the court consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to conditionally approve a final plat for Mystic Ridge Estates with the condition that the city of Kerrville approve and sign the plat. I'm going to add that Charlie signed the plat as well. And accept bond number LICX 1210568 in the amount of $1,459,250 for associated construction improvements. This is in both precincts 2 and 3.
What is the water source there?
Groundwater.
The groundwater.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the final plat approval for Mystic Ridge Estates as presented.
I was going to make a comment on it. You know, and this is kind of so I feel off the if I don't say it right now. We have a lot of talk about having an agreement with the city of Kerrville and the ETJ. And we have a verbal agreement that we look at them and figure out how to do it. This is a good example of one that one or the other cannot approve these. The reason is it joins the city, but it's going to be a county road. The city's not annexing this property. So the county has to approve it because except it's a county road, yet it's right next to it. And the city's fine with this, we're working it, but I'm just saying, bringing it up because we get told we need to get an agreement in place and we have an agreement and it's working, but it's a case by case. You can't have a standard, just a policy that's going to fit every situation. And just, so this is an example of how it does work.
Well, we had one of these off of Town Creek Road a week or 2 back, and it was the same.
Same type thing.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Next item is 1.21. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on July 25th, 2022 for a revision of plat for Pecan Valley number 2, lots 4 and 5.
This proposal adjusts the lot line between Lot 4, which is currently, or is platted 3.52 acres, and Lot 5, which is 4.13 acres is platted. Lot 4A will be 3.80 acres fronting on Cook Lane and Hobson Lane. Lot 5A will be 3.79 acres fronting on Hobson Lane. The county engineer requests the court set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on July 25th, 2022 for a revision of plat for Pecan Valley Number 2, lots 4 and 5, volume 5, page 77, precinct 2.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to
This is set up,
just set a public hearing for 10 a.m. on July the 25th for Pecan Valley Number 2, lots 4 and 5. Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Item 1.22, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve updated job description for road maintenance technician. Kelly Hoffer.
Due to federal regulations that went into effect on February 7, 2022, we would like to update our road maintenance technician job description to allow for us to hire someone with or without a Class A commercial driver's license. A road maintenance tech without a Class A CDL would be paid at a grade 14. A road maintenance tech with a Class A CDL would be paid at a grade 15. This will not impact our budget, as we will still budget this position at the higher grade of 15. By doing this, we will appeal to a wider applicant pool in hopes that we can fill our vacant positions. Thanks for your consideration. They started working, the Federal Transportation group had started on this in 2014, and each year didn't pass. And I thought, of all years, I bet you it passes, and it did, February 7th, 2022. You have to go through a entry-level driver training program. And this isn't something that you can do in-house. This is a really extensive training. And costs, I've talked to some folks who have gone through driving schools in the past, and one person that we interviewed had said it cost him $3,000 to go through it. Another applicant was $6,000, and somebody that works in my office, her husband went through a driver training program, and it was $10,000. These are entry-level positions for us, and so right now they're just under $17 an hour. I had talked to TAC to see if that was something that TAC might consider doing, that entry-level training, and I guess they reviewed it and felt like there's a lot of liability in that. So that has made it really, really difficult to try to find CDL drivers. I have 4 openings, and I'm here to tell you, nobody's breaking the door to fill out an application. So this would be more of a laborer's type job. They could drive the pickups and some various things, just not the real big stuff. I don't really know what else to do, so we've been kind of trying to think outside the box on this so we can try to get full. My preference is to have a Class A CDL driver in a 15 position, but I'm not real sure that we're going to be able to do that in today's world. So again, we're just trying to figure out what we can do in order to not be 4 people short. That's a lot.
I move approval of the agenda item and the revised job descriptions.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the updated job description for the road maintenance technician as presented. Any discussion?
Just appreciate Kelly thinking outside the box and figuring out a way to try to get some positions. I mean, I know this is becoming a problem countywide that we can't fill positions, and I think we're going to be looking at some other things later on today and then other meetings that we've got to figure out how to attract employees. And while I know Kelly prefers CDL drivers, she can get by, I think, as she's saying, without everyone being a CDL.
It's a statewide problem, a national problem. I mean, inside work, outside work, everybody's having a problem.
If you have a Class B CDL, which is a commercial driver's license, if you, in today's world, want to go and upgrade that B to an A, you've got to go through the entry-level job training. So kind of once you're where you're at, unless you've got the means to go through that training, you're not able to change those things. And, it just kind of hit at a really bad time. I knew that was going to happen. So
So you're saying they can't upgrade without going to one of those schools for certification?
Right, if you have a B right now, and you want to change it to an A, you've got to go through the entry-level driver training, which is kind of beyond me, but yeah, they really put the hammer down.
Yeah, it's about money.
Mhm.
So, logistically, how does this change? Does this change things for you, make it more difficult?
Difficult for
Well,
trying-
getting people to where they need to be, or running certain equipment, that kind of stuff. I mean, if
I
you got
think-
one person that can do it, and they got to go to all the different job sites or whatever you got, how are you going to do that?
Well, I think it will work. I'm hope that I don't have every single one of my road maintenance tech positions be 14s. That definitely is not the plan. But if I could get 2 or 3 of those open 4 positions, I think it would help, because a lot of this stuff is strictly labor. And, you know, the guys in this heat, they come in at the end of the day, they are beat. And so it's just a way to kind of help with some of that with them. But I would hope that we never get to the situation that you've got all 14s, then you've got another problem. It just would be to fill kind of some of the holes in. And then if that person wants to go and do the entry-level job training, then it's up to them. But it's expensive.
But it's an investment. So if you already have somebody that's working for you, and they want to upgrade, that would be a good investment for them.
It would be, but all of us, there's only 2 people that don't have Class A CDLs, and that's the 2 gals in the office. Charlie and Bobby have Class A CDLs. I still have mine. And everybody else currently that's working at Road and Bridge all have Class A CDLs. So that's, for me, that's not the problem, but I think it's heading that direction. And from what I hear, what they're paying Class A CDL drivers, because that license, you can go over the road, drive the semis. I heard they've been paying a lot of money for those positions. So that's kind of where I'm at on it.
Welcome to our world.
Just have Bobby do some of it when he's not busy.
Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Dowdy, I think you've got the next 5 items on the agenda. We'll take them one at a time, but,
Well, after the public hearing, if you would just, I was going to recommend call the.
okay.
to
Okay.
review.
So first of all, we'll call item 1.23. It's a public hearing for the purpose of presenting the county clerk's annual record archival plan as required by the local government code. So this is a public meeting. Is there anybody that would like to address the court with regard to the county clerk's archival plan? Okay, so let's move on to item 1.24, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve and accept the county clerk's annual archival plan as presented for fiscal year 2022-2023. Ms. Dowdy.
Yes, so in your packets, or in your backup, are we on 1.24?
2.4?
We're presenting the archival plan.
Yes.
You will see in my letter, it's about 3 pages long, there's a graph on there, a chart, and it's got a list of the items that would be approved under this preservation plan, and it comes out of Fund 41, and that's a special revenue dedicated fund, which we can use for preservation purposes and also pay a portion of salaries, which we are currently doing. I'm also requesting that we create an entire new position called an archive specialist, which I believe is item 1.26. But Fund 41 could fully fund it, so I wouldn't be asking for any more money out of the general fund. It would just be coming from this dedicated fund, which the projected balance at the end of this fiscal year is about $644,000. So we have money to spend, and it's very much needed, because as it is right now in the clerk's office, we're all just kind of treading water as it is day to day. We've needed a new position for the past, I don't know how many years, but the archive specialist would be for indexing purposes, just to make sure that anything that's recorded is timely indexed and readily available to the public online. And their other purpose is going to be to get any backdated records that are already in our system indexed onto a proposed new system. So take it off of Laserfish and put it onto the online system, just to reduce foot traffic. But it's a job. It's a massive project. I'm talking from sovereignty to present, or basically 1996 or so. So I need somebody new. But anyway, back to item 1.24. Just again, the preservation project is for 22 books, and to also include a portion of salaries as it is already, and to include an entire new position. Just because we approve the monies to be spent, it doesn't necessarily mean we have to, well, it does for the preservation purposes, but that's why I put the job description in there, just so that y'all can take a look at it and preliminarily approve it, if that makes sense, through the funding of it.
But this particular agenda item, step one is we need to approve your plan.
Correct.
Okay. So do we have a motion to approve the archival plan for the county clerk? A motion?
Second.
And a second? Any discussion?
Why are we not doing this during budget time?
This isn't a budget item.
It looks like it is to me.
It's a plan. Well, I guess it is. I mean,
It's a budget item, so why isn't it
I can
coming?
answer that. So the public hearing is required by law to have, and the archival plan is required to follow directly after public hearing. So in order to approve monies to be spent out of a dedicated fund, there must be a public hearing, and it has to happen during the budget process. So the next item, 1.25, is my fee schedule. If y'all will approve the fees that go into the special dedicated fund, we have to also approve the fee schedule. We have to approve the fee to be charged, which is basically what the archive plan does with the fee schedule. I don't know, it's just the way the law is written.
but this does not approve a new person until the budget process will approve the person. This sets money into a.
Exactly, yes.
This approves the need for the new person.
Yes.
Yeah.
Instead of asking it to come out of the general fund, which is the other option, because I really need somebody. I really need somebody bad.
I get that, but this process and this, what we do now and what we do then, it seems like to me it's all one thing. I don't.
Actually, we do this every year. We have to approve the plan. We have to approve the fee schedule. And then we get down to if there's going to be any, add any positions to your plan.
The fee schedule takes care of itself.
But we're still on plan. We haven't voted on approving the plan. So I'm just trying to take them step by step.
So this is updating the plan.
Yes.
This happens every year.
The
I was just talking
annual
about
plan, because we
updating it.
charge an annual
So this
fee.
hasn't
I'm sorry.
changed from what I remember it being, really.
Say that again?
This has not changed. You have to do this all the time.
I have to do this every year.
Every year,
Correct.
yeah.
In order
Okay.
to be authorized to even charge the fee, we have to hold a public hearing to present to the public why we charge the fee. If I don't have any books to preserve or any salaries to pay, we cannot charge that fee.
Yeah,
And
okay.
so we have reasons to charge the fee, which is why I have to present the plan and show the public and the court and justify charging the fee. So that's why it's all coming together. And I'll present my budget, I believe on for Monday. It'll all pretty much come together at that time, more broken down. This is, like the judge said, step by step for now.
Right now, we have what's before the court is to approve the archival plan.
Okay.
Correct.
But the wording on it, I thought it should have been that you renew the contract or.
Oh, well, so they're different books. So this
Okay.
is a new plan. And so the books that were approved to be preserved last year came back in, they did a great job. I'd like to go with them again with new books, so the amount is different.
Okay. Those in favor of approving the county clerk's annual archival plan as presented, raise your hand.
And the contract.
Correct.
And the contract with Scott Merriman.
Authorize the judge.
Okay. So, in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Now, that was the plan. Let's go on to fees. Item 1.25. Consider, discuss, take appropriate action to approve and adopt the county clerk's fee schedule for fiscal year 2022 to 2023.
So on page 2, the fee schedule titled Plats, the only changes that I'm making would be for the, instead of charging $5 for each additional page of a plat, I propose we charge $25 for each additional page. And then also below that, on the plat copies all the way at the bottom, changing it from $10 for a copy to $20 for a copy. And then, of course, the certified would go up to 15 to improve. So those are the only changes this year. As far as fees. These fees are fees that the Commissioners Court has control over, not the state. So the state cannot tell you that you can only charge so much. That particular fee, as far as each additional page per plat, varies from county to county. I spoke about that 3 weeks ago. That Williamson County is $100 for each additional page, and it was, I think we were the lowest in as far as how many people responded. So
I'll move for approval.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion by Commissioner Blue, second by Commissioner Gibson to approve the fee schedule as presented, the annual fee schedule as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Item 1.26. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to adopt the job description for a new position called Deputy Clerk Archive Specialist. Ms. Dowdy.
and this position would only be effective October 1st and be paid for entirely out of the Fund 41, which would be presented in my budget this coming Monday. I don't know that y'all need to really adopt this position description today. I would love it if you did, but we have a lot of time, so I don't think there's any, y'all can have plenty of time to look over it. But it would be only effective after the budget is even approved, so maybe we shouldn't adopt it yet, actually, because the budget hasn't really been adopted. So
I think that's the point you were making.
That's what I was, yeah,
is there
because
any-
I heard the thing about hiring a new person, so
Well,
I jumped to this.
she got excited. It's okay.
She told us she needed somebody.
Well, at least you have something on paper to show you what the person would do.
Yeah, sure.
Well, we did need to approve the plan, and we did need to approve the fee schedule, and we're going to have to approve these new software licenses too.
And that's next.
This, we don't have to.
So you want to pass on this?
So can we pass on it?
But I welcome your input at a later date.
Well,
It sounds like to me it's a no-brainer, but
Yeah, I think it just has to be in the budget instead of dealing with it now.
but you're funding it all out of Fund 41.
Correct.
All good.
I mean, I think the fact that we approve a job description doesn't mean that the job is approved.
No, that's true.
that's true.
And it's,
But you have a line to go with it if you do it during the budget.
Okay.
You see exactly what it's for, and everybody.
I guess I look at it as that by having to wait until the budget, we're just stacking things, a number of issues that we have to do when we start trying to get the budget approved later on.
Yeah, we can approve this and it's just on file.
It's just a job
And
description.
we've already got it before us, might as well get it out of the way.
Yeah.
She'll bring it back to us again, I promise you.
There's no hire till after the budget.
Right. There's
No,
there's
No
no
hiring
position.
until after the right.
Okay.
I move for approval item number 1.26.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the job description as presented. Any other discussion?
Just a question, and it's consistent with other step grade.
Step and grade is consistent with entry level 15-1, correct?
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Item 1.27, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the computer system and software license sales agreement and the replication software license agreement, two separate contracts, with Fidlar Technologies, that's Fidlar Technologies, effective October 1.
So this is the records management system that we had a workshop on, and they came to present what the system, all the system would provide. The contract would replace EDOC, but I don't expect them to be able to really work on the system until January. That's what they tell me. They have offered also to be included in the contract services to index us back to, I think, 1940. So, which is a huge help for the county and for our, title companies and stuff, to make them available online. So, I will have to notify EDOC of any cancellations upcoming. I think I have 30 days before cancellation date. County attorney has reviewed both contracts and suggested no revisions. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So this is a whole new system of public access to
not only public access, but also for recording purposes. So assigning it a number, a record number, scanning it, it's going to read text. So instead of us looking at the grantor grantee and the legal description and having to make sure we type it all out perfectly, the system will copy and paste for us. So that just speeds up the process like that. I mean, that's the biggest thing, is having the help in actually indexing and recording. And the system can be paid for entirely out of other dedicated funds, same as EDOC. I'll present in my budget that we can use Fund 28, Fund 42, Fund, I have them right here, sorry. I forgot I have Fund 28, Fund 42, and Fund 43. And there's plenty of money in there, and I can get you the full amounts if you need them, but that's what I'm asking. So basically approve the contracts, and to be, just so y'all know, in the budget, I'm presenting that the funds be paid for out of special dedicated funds.
Is this going to make it easier for people to search? And
Absolutely, yes.
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 by date, by keywords and all that sort of stuff, or just by document?
It's
By
going to be,
document
well,
number.
so the currently we are set up so you can search by a name, either as grantee or grantor.
Right.
I think it'll make it easier to search for a plat under subdivision name. Sometimes that doesn't work. You have to know how to use the system in order to search it, and it's antiquated and difficult to use, not user-friendly, I think. It gets us by, it gets the job done, but we need something to really speed up the process and make it easier on title companies and just the general public to be able to find what they need. The biggest issue we're going to run into are laserfish records, because those were indexed and scanned in all as one volume. So you can only search volume 53. So how do you take care of that? We have an extra person called an archive specialist to break down those volumes and make it searchable by volume and page. So that's the plan. So I'm requesting approval of the Fiddler Technologies, which is an updated system for both two contracts, actual services and programming software, and then the replication services.
For approval. Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the Fiddler Technology licensing agreements, both of them. Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous.
The county attorneys looked at these.
Yes. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Dawson, we're going to have you up here for 7 items.
Yes, sir.
Do you want to take a break now or after?
Let's get her over with.
Okay. Item 1.28, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the FY23 HEBP renewal.
Yes, sir. This is an annual renewal of the health and employee benefit pool, medical and dental premiums. Based on the June enrollment, I've prepared in your backup what the increase to the county contribution will be. If you reduce that by the amount that we're saving from the Medicare supplement that we've been paying for, that goes away at the end of this fiscal year, the net increase is about $121,000. The increase to our county was 3.5% for the medical and 3.3% for the dental. And I've talked with other surrounding counties, and we're like right in the middle. There's one county that's contiguous to us that was a little less. There was a couple that were a little bit more, so we're right on par with other counties.
So basically, the bottom line is our health insurance is going to cost how much was the number? $121,000 more this year than last year.
Correct. But I might add that effective 10/1, we have several employees from the Public Defender's Office that aren't going to be our responsibility anymore. So that will reduce it. I haven't crunched those numbers. I can't.
In the what office?
Public defender.
Okay.
So this might increase a little bit.
Okay. All right, move for approval.
Is there added benefit?
Nope. Same everything.
Second.
What do they call that, shrinkflation? I think that's what they call it.
Got a motion and a second to approve the HEBP renewal as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Item 1.29, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the FY23 TAC liability renewal questionnaire. Ms. Doss.
Yes, sir. This is another annual renewal that we prepare. I get with all the departments and identify all of their vehicles, all of their equipment, and make sure that all the new vehicles that have been added, all the surplus vehicles have been taken away. So the departments were very cooperative and got me all that information. They did ask for a lot more information this year, so the sheriff, thank you very much, has answered a lot of those questions about the drones and different things. But I appreciate everybody's help, but this doesn't have a dollar amount to it. This is just a questionnaire that we send to them. They review it all, and then they send us what the price is going to be.
Move for approval. Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the TAC liability renewal questionnaire as presented. Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Item 1.30, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the market adjustment increase policy for the district attorney's offices. Ms. Doss.
Yes, for some reason, from the beginning, from back many, many years ago, and District Attorney Wilkie was kind enough to kind of share some history. Apparently, way back when, under a different DA, the DA wanted more control over the salaries, and back then things were done very informally, and he just went to the court and said, hey, I don't want my department on market adjustment plan, or back then it was called longevity, and the court agreed. There was no court order. I searched high and low, couldn't find anything, and of course they wanted both district attorneys' offices to be the same. So since that time, many, many years ago, they've never been on the longevity, now called market adjustment plan. And they would really like to be. And because in one situation we've had an employee transfer from another department where they were receiving market adjustments to the department now where they're not. So that's not fair. And Lucy, I have email from Lucy saying she's totally on board. I have an email from Stephen Harpold that says he's on board. So I just want the court's approval to put them officially on the market adjustment plan. And so what that means, when I prepare the position schedule for FY23, I will factor in, I thought about doing it different ways, but you can take it back to their hire date, but you can't because some of them have been here so long. So we just kind of need to start with ground zero from this year. We all know they've all been here at least a year, and they would grandfather back because they were hired prior to 10/1 of 21 when the policy changed. That they would get it, their first step, their first market adjustment increase in FY23, and then every 3 years thereafter. So I can set that schedule up.
Isn't that 2 years now?
Well, if you were hired 10/1 of 21 or after, you have to wait 2 years,
Right.
and then another 2 year on year 4, and then every 3 years thereafter.
I'm with you.
So regardless of whether it's 1 or 2 years, everybody's going to qualify for the market adjustment this first go
Yes,
around.
because I don't believe we have anybody was hired after 10/1 of 21. They're all
Okay.
prior to that. So I would like to give them,
I'm in agreement with that part. And the reason, I'm in favor of moving on to the step and grade system and market adjustment and all this other stuff, just because they need to be kept the same. In the past, the DAs moved schedules or salaries up and down as they wanted. So, I mean, I don't know they should all get an automatic 2.5% just because we're implementing or expanding the policy to their office. Some of them may have already gotten it at some point in their career. They're with another department at some point.
well, there's only one in that situation. So if we started, what would y'all recommend? That we, this would be their
I
first
think
year?
I would think they just wouldn't get that first 1 or 2 year increase, automatic increase.
It's just a
Well, we have-
Pandora's
You
box. You have
box.
to have a starting point, which
Right.
which Jennifer pointed out. So there has to be a start point. You got to just bite the bullet and
And
have
we
the
do
start
have-
point.
We do have an employee that was due theirs in I believe in May or maybe June, but it's like now.
But we can't make it retroactive
Right.
anyway, so that doesn't.
But they're due one, so if y'all approve that, then that will go into effect immediately. But for everyone else, we need a starting point. And so my recommendation would be their anniversary, the full pay period after their anniversary in FY '23. And then every 3 years thereafter.
Has that been pre-approved with those DAs?
I don't think we've gotten to that level of detail, but I know, I understand that Stephen Harpool thought that they were already in the market adjustment because he thought that was automatic once they went to the grade and step. So he thought that was already in the works. So I think he would be for it, and I know Lucy, I mean, I don't want to speak for Lucy, but she was very felt really strongly about this, so
There are emails I've seen emails from both that want to make it go into the.
Yeah, but I'm talking about effective dates.
No,
Yeah,
effective dates.
exactly.
I have not seen that.
and I could get their blessing and
Well,
let y'all know.
I think you sense there's a consensus on the court to put them on the market adjustment plan.
Correct.
And the hesitation is, we'd like to know that all those traps have been run, so we know exactly what we're going to do before we get flooded.
Right.
And that's just being practical.
Right.
So, I don't know if we need to take action today or not.
Well, can we take action on approving them being part of the market adjustment plan, and then I can bring it back to the court to
Yes, it is.
determine the
But I-
timeframe?
When's it effective?
I'd
Yeah,
rather
you can't-
do it all at one time, 'cause I think it's
Yeah.
gonna be confusing if we don't do it at once.
And because people are going to be treated differently. And I'd like for those DAs to go run the traps and get all of that descent handled, and then let us come in and just put it in place.
Okay, so get their blessing, let them know what the additional cost would be to start in FY '23, and then get their blessing, and then bring that back to you all.
Right, and whether it's what the effective date of these employees is.
And we need a consensus.
I mean,
We don't want a big fight.
Right,
We're trying to do something good for these folks.
exactly.
That ought to be rewarded nicely.
It always is.
Well, intentions should count for something, right?
Yeah, it should.
Good intentions.
Should.
So we just need the effective date for the market adjustment to be
Okay,
implemented.
we'll work on that.
Yeah, Rich, sitting in these chairs is not all it's cracked up to be. You can see the blue seats are a whole lot friendlier than the black seats. Okay, so we're going to pass on that for the time being. Move on to item 1.31. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the revision of the airport job descriptions.
Yes, sir. Been working with Mary Rohr on these. Their board has approved them, and this is just merely a formality for y'all to approve them. And it's for the executive assistant and the airport maintenance positions.
And this is part of getting them into the county system essentially, correct?
Yes. And the next one will be to get them on the market adjustment plan as well.
I move for approval.
Second.
A motion and a second to approve the revision of airport job descriptions as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Item 132, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the market adjustment increase policy for the airport.
Yes, sir. This is something that Mary has already worked into her budget. She's always already calculated it into her budget, and the board has approved, because they would like to see their employees on the same county policy as everyone else.
And this comes to the same question as what their effective date is as their existing employees, correct?
Correct. Well, she's worked it into her budget. She's worked the first year into her budget.
It's maybe in her budget, but may not be in our budget.
Well,
I just want to make sure it's going to be consistent with what we're doing with the DAs.
Yeah, that's my question. Yeah, we need to be.
Whatever we do with the DAs, we need to do this across the board for everybody. And I can see people nodding their heads out there. You know what's going to happen.
okay.
So we'll
So
pass
do
that
we
one
need-
for the time
Yeah,
being.
we need to do the same thing.
Right. We'll move on to item 1.33, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve holiday schedule for fiscal year 2022-2023.
Yes, sir. The same number of holidays as last year. Just the dates have changed, obviously.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the holiday schedule for FY23 as presented. Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. 1.34, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the revision of an administrative position within the Sheriff's Department. Ms. Doss.
I believe we're going to pass on this, and Larry's going to discuss this during the budget
Okay.
process. I think he just visited with you all about that as well.
Okay. Very good.
That is all.
Okay.
Great.
Sheriff, you just got a few. Let's do 1.35. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve a $1,000 donation from a citizen for the Sheriff's Special Response Team Fund.
Yes, I'm just looking for y'all's approval to accept that donation.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. 1.36. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve a $1,000 donation from a citizen for the Sheriff's Equipment Fund.
Same thing, looking for y'all's approval to donate to the equipment fund.
Move for approval.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. 1.37, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the Callow Foundation Challenge Grant, number 2022019, to the Kerr County Sheriff's Office in the amount of $150,000 and allow the county judge to sign the same.
Yeah,
You're going to need to explain this one.
A couple more minutes. Basically, kind of just want to educate y'all on this and look for y'all to approve the judge to be able to sign this. Where we're at on this, last year I formed a special response team, SRT team. As you know, I was here many times receiving money. We raised about $23,000 from private donors just coming in, and donating. But I started not feeling comfortable with that. I'm not in the business to be out there bringing in money like that. So we created a foundation. So at the time we raised about $23,000, I kind of turned that over to our foundation. Had our first fundraiser in November. In 2 hours, we raised $78,000. So that's a little over $100,000, where we were able to fund our team, without using the county budget, which was, we were very fortunate to be able to do that. At that time, Cal Lewis came in there and said, "What do you need, Sheriff?" In light of what's happened recently, it's like the doors have opened up to us. We would like a Bearcat rescue recovery unit. It's a $300,000 unit.
Explain what the Bearcat Rescue Unit is.
Okay. It is a unit actually that uses in Valley, as a matter of fact, but it's a unit that is SWAT uses, SRT. It can be used for high RADA rescues. It's kind of a law enforcement unit that the whole team fits in there and you deploy out of. There's multi-uses for it, not just for that. But so the CalU had come to us and they've offered us a $150,000 matching grant. So with that, we are already, our foundation is already working with other foundations and to see if they'll add to it. In addition to that, they're planning the November fundraiser, which last year we didn't have a number. We just threw that together at the last minute. It wasn't bad, raising $78,000 just at the last minute. This year they're already preparing for it. I've had several people already tell me they're coming to it. I have no doubt we'll raise that money with no problem at all. But, with that being said, we just need the judges, for y'all to approve the judge to be able to sign it. We have 12 months to match that. If we don't match that, we have to give it back. County attorney has reviewed it and made one recommendation. Y'all do have the new recommendation. She's looking at me waiting for me to say that. So she has approved it, and y'all have the new version.
You've learned the I language here in the courtroom.
Yeah, I noticed that out of the corner of my eye.
We're accustomed to it.
So I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the matching grant with the Callow Foundation for the, what's it, the Bearcat, what do you call it?
Bearcat, just call it Bearcat.
Which is a special emergency vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Any
BEAR, CAT.
Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Okay, then the next one is item 1.38. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to surplus a 2017 Chevrolet Tahoe, VIN number 1GNLCDEC 2HR170079 with 91,000 plus miles on it, and a bad transmission, to be sold to Enterprise Fleet.
Yeah, okay, let me update you on this and what Reagan was talking about. That's very true. We actually had one of those Tahoes delivered to us last week. It's $36,000 for a four-wheel drive Tahoe is a steal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But we're going to put it in use, obviously. But with that being said, this particular unit, I think that was a bad year. I have two other ones with, I don't want to call them bad transmissions. They're still functioning, but their duties have been reduced for another month or two. Because this vehicle and those are all on the list to go in about a month or two. Our vehicles are on the way. But what I'm asking the court to get rid of this is because I did a price comparison with Enterprise, and like I said, my approach on this fleet program, these are assets. I'm going to use them as much as I can, but I'm going to get rid of them for as much as I can. You know, I hope in the 4-year deal that, you know, our monthly leases will be going down. This is a perfect example. There's a high demand on these previously owned units. This has a bad transmission. It's not worth anything to me. So I have it over here at the auto shop. It's around $5,000 to repair it. This vehicle's leaving in 2 months. So I got with Enterprise and said, hey, what are you going to give us? I mean, you know, and they know they don't want me to be calling them all the time. So what are we looking at? Nothing they could promise me. Working, around $24,000. With a bad transmission, $20,000. To me, that's a no-brainer, man. Let's cut it. And if I don't get that $20,000 or close, I'll be getting a phone call. Okay, because, you know, I kind of, it's like I said, we're operating like a business. So basically, I see no reason to fix it for 6 to 8 weeks and spend $5,000. When at max, I'll get 24. But like I said, not running, I get 20. It sounds like a reasonable deal. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Move for approval.
I move for approval.
Second. Got a motion and a second?
Doesn't matter to me,
Okay.
whichever way.
And this is to approve the surplus of the 2017 Chevrolet Tahoe as presented.
Yes.
Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Next item is 1.39. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to determine whether or not Kerr County will be claiming lost revenue under the $10 million lost revenue presumption of the American Rescue Plan Act. Ms. Graff.
This provision detailed in the ARPA final rules allows the county to declare a standard allowance of $10 million as lost revenue. For the purpose of this grant, lost revenue is defined as any revenue the county was unable to earn due to COVID. If the county elects to declare this standard allowance of $10 million, this can be used for any government services, including but not limited to IT, road and bridge, and the sheriff's office.
Did Kerr County meet that standard?
Yes, sir. We earn, our total grant for ARPA is $10,233,960, and we can elect the standard allowance of up to $10 million.
So you're saying, I'm asking how much we lost.
We lost, so it's unable, we can use a formula to kind of figure that out, but we are
Well, that's kind of
unable-
important.
I'm sorry?
It's not important?
It's not that it's not important. It's we can determine it using a formula, but we have yet to do that because we are unsure currently of how much we did actually lose.
And this is a safeguard, just as a little bit more experience. We can spend the time and effort that it takes to calculate that, or we can say, we can take $10 million. So the $10 million is the highest amount that they're saying that we could take by not doing the formula.
That's the standard, that's the standard amount.
Yes.
It's a presumption.
It's a presumption,
That the
and
government
based
allows.
on the amount of time that it would take to calculate it, it's probably better just to accept the $10 million. This is to answer a question that's on the ARPA quarterly report that must be answered. And we have not been answering it because we need direction from y'all.
Well, how long does it take to look at the revenue from one year to the next?
So because they have to do it on their way of doing it, so you have to go back and take their particular calculations that they want it on a calendar year, not on the county's fiscal year. They also don't include every single thing that we would include if you're counting revenue. There's certain items that are not counted. So by the time you do all the pulling from the different years, adding them together, determining if, you know, this particular revenue is included or not, it's easier just to take the 10 million. We would not lose more than 10 million.
Is there a deadline on this?
Yes, sir,
Yes.
June 30th, we need to decide.
When?
June
June
30th.
30th.
So the action is to, I mean, there's a sample resolution in there, is that?
That's correct.
There's two different.
There's a second one in the back.
Two different.
Right.
And those samples were sent to us by TAC. Those samples were sent to us by TAC.
Sorry.
And this was recommended by GrantWorks as well.
This is what Alan Bristol did?
Yes.
Of course, I don't know.
Is there any is there a recommendation as to which of the two samples we,
The last one has Kerr in it as opposed to the other counties.
the other one?
Well,
But I mean,
Yeah.
both of these have Kerr, I mean, they're both,
They're both valid, either one.
I guess all they're different form, I guess. I make a motion to approve the resolution submitted.
I second
Which one?
The last one.
the last one.
The option two.
Option 2. Any discussion? Got a motion and a second. Okay. And those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Abstain? 3, 1, 1. Hasn't lost its luster.
We wonder why there's inflation. They just keep pumping money out of DC.
The last item on the consideration agenda is 1.40, a discussion regarding the governmental and administrative development in Ingram and the impact on Kerr County. This is wanted to be able to give people an opportunity to know what all is going on. I think the sheriff's office probably been impacted more than anybody. We have a new, just to set the stage, we have a newly elected mayor and city council in Ingram. And there have been some resignations, there have been quite a bit of turnover in Ingram. I've had ongoing discussions with Claude Jordan, and I know that the sheriff's office has been in contact with him. I'm sure you probably have too, Brad. And just wanted to put this on the agenda so that people understand that there are changes that are going on in Ingram, and they will affect Kerr County. We don't know exactly what they're going to be yet, but they're in the process. Anything you wanted to add, Sheriff?
Yeah, sure. I'd like to get some input from y'all. I saw it, so I had Jody print out a schedule for us. I'd sent over here just to get an idea what we're, y'all just passed me. Yeah. What I'm looking at. Give y'all a minute. I know sometimes they're hard to read. N stands for nights, which night, what they're doing, my understanding right now is 4P to 4A. They got 3 officers. That day shift, they just told me it's running a 9A to 4P. But if you look, you see Segner down there. He's kind of the acting supervisor. He's under number 8. He works basically Monday through Friday from 9 to 4. You look at the top 2 guys up there, 4 and 5. They end, like I said, nights from 4P to 4A. The number 4 guy will no longer be working there at the end of this month. He'll be working for me. So that'll leave another opening. So let's just take, for an example, you know what we're dealing with. Let's go over to 18 and 19, Saturday and Sunday. So the guy Segner's off, another guy's off, so that leaves one night unit from 4P to 4A. So we are covering the calls around that, and then obviously there's a little gap from 4 a.m. to 9 a.m. of 5 hours. We're covering that. I'm looking for y'all's direction. I mean, as a sheriff, you know, public servant, we have to answer those calls. You know, they're in what we call the queue. If it's a family violence assault, you know, we're running over there no matter what we're doing. I know as taxpayers, everybody deserves the same service. You know, that's what we're handling. But in these instances, you know, when nobody's out there, we don't have an option. And then these also require a follow-up investigation on some of these who, you know, my officers, my department, my office is looking for me for direction. Hey, Sheriff, how far do you want to take this? What do you want to do? What's going to happen? My concern is I don't see a fix for 6 months to a year down the road. I know when Carol got in there, did a very good job hiring people. You know, this is my second one I've hired. You know, very good. You know, they're looking for some stability. You know, so with that being said, you know, just looking for direction. You know, I have to. You know, I have one guy, Judge, I have one guy for, we call that district, okay? This is summertime. You know, the guys, you know, they usually save their time up. PPO, what's it called, personal? PTO time, I supported that. But what that did for me, as I explained to y'all, that doubled their time off, because now they can take it off. So we're in a crunch, and then later on, I guess I was gonna explain to y'all in 3.2, you know, where we're at on human trafficking, human smuggling, we are getting hammered. We're getting hammered. We're staying above water, but you know, there's only so many guys out there. That's a big district, although it's not the most populated. It's the biggest district. You know, I got one guy. So, you know, with that being said, you know, I'm open to discuss it. You know, I would like to hear a game plan from the city, what they're going to do moving forward. Pending that, you know, if a call comes in, we got to go handle it.
Well, it's kind of difficult. Last time we had a changeover, the newly elected or appointed mayor came in and gave us kind of a state of the union,
Correct.
Where we're going, what we're trying to do, and it really helped.
Oh, that would be nice. I need that. I mean, I got to know.
And I've invited the Mayor Jordan, and he said he'd be excited to go.
Really?
Yeah.
Good.
We haven't made any special arrangements yet, but.
Good. You know, our dispatch is still in limbo. It's supposed to be a part-time service, which we've been doing full-time for quite some time. You know, I have to look at that option. Obviously, we're going to be doing 24-hour coverage, dispatch, you know, patrol. So, you know, I'm coming here to ask you for more people right now, but depending on what happens here, we got to talk.
I guess, you know, and I already told the sheriff my opinion of this in an email when he asked me, or a text or something. He asked me what he thought. And my response is that we're not going to increase your staff to handle this. I don't know if Mr. Gibson doesn't know, but I expect you to have a person in the eastern part of the county.
Really?
And and I think that
But we got to laugh about it because we're going to try.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, that being said, is that the response time is likely going to go down. Yes, you need to apply, but the response time to the people that live in the city of Ingram is going to get a lot longer. And obviously, if it's an emergency situation, you got to get people there, wherever that, you know, or your deputies are from to get them there. But, you know, it is not fair to the rest of the taxpayers of the county for the county sheriff's department to dedicate staff full-time in the city of Ingram.
It's not like we have a bunch of extra officers or, you know, deputy sheriffs sitting around in vehicles and everything else.
The judge worded it best. You know, I guess when you have a municipality, you pay for a service, right? You expect a service above and beyond service as far as the police department.
The conversation I had with Mayor Jordan, and let's just make this a little bit more conversational because people really need to know what's going on. The county is obligated to provide law enforcement protection for every citizen in the county. And municipalities that want better coverage have their own police departments. And heretofore, Ingram had their own police department. And I think they did a very good job. That police department has basically disintegrated, or is in the process of disintegrating. But that does not mean that Kerr County then becomes the policeman for Ingram. So just to kind of set the stage, we've got, when you talk about these shifts, we've got 5 shifts. A lot of people don't understand exactly what how the sheriff department runs patrol. But that's one for each precinct and one for the sheriff's office here in town. So, and what a shift includes is 3 officers and a cruiser on 8-hour shifts, and so they provide coverage 24/7. Now, Precinct 4, for those of you that are familiar with it, represents about 2/3 of this 1,100 square mile county. It's huge. And you've got 1 cruiser out there. And trust me, my wife's not happy about that, and I've talked to the sheriff about it.
Yeah.
And she's talked to him about it.
I'll be happy to take this.
But we're not in a position to add a shift just to provide law enforcement for Ingram. So when I talked to Mayor Jordan, I told him that the citizens of Ingram are entitled to law enforcement protection from the sheriff's office. And it's the same as everybody else. No more, no less. Now, what it's doing is it's making the queues, the lines, longer and taking longer to be able to respond. We can't control that. And the county's not in a position, as I told Mayor Jordan, and I'll tell the public out there, we're not in a position to come in and underwrite law enforcement for Ingram. There's a movement in Ingram to unincorporate. If you didn't know about it, you need to know about it. It's alive and well out there. And if they unincorporate, then they are part of the county. And part of the risk that we face is the streets in Ingram are deplorable. And if they don't do something about them very quickly, you're going to have to rebuild all of those streets in Ingram. And so what Mayor Jordan's doing is trying to find revenues to be able to fix the streets. And he's doing it at the expense of law enforcement. And so the county's in the dilemma of how do we respond to that?
Correct.
And I know we're going to be looking at budget next week. And I read your packet. Good golly. Y'all haven't seen it, but there are going to be some increases. But bottom line is that we have to be good neighbors with folks out in Ingram. But that's a huge area out there. And the sheriff's department can't just become the new improved police department for the city of Ingram. And so that's the tightrope that we're walking. But it has to be gotten out and discussed publicly because this is what's on the table and this is what we have to deal with.
Just in general, law enforcement is, with the increase of population here, that changes everything from the sheriff's department across the whole county anyway. And the one thing that most of us don't mind paying more for is law enforcement and
roads,
fire protection, roads, things for our kids in school. So you're safe in that regard, but it's going to be, people need to prepare for it. It happens exponentially anyway. As we have growth, you have to have more officers.
Right. My goal is, a visit was probably at one point, is to add 1 officer for the next 4 to 5 years, just to stay with what we got. That's not taking in Ingram. I mean, if I take that in, Judge, we talk, that's 500,000, right? 5 guys, cruisers. I mean, which I don't plan on doing that, but we have to prepare.
Let's flesh that flesh that out a little bit.
Okay.
So that people understand when we talk about a shift, a 24-hour-a-day shift, and you've got the three deputies that rotate through on their 8-hour shifts. It takes 5 deputies to staff a 24-hour shift because you got to have time off, you got to have vacation, you got sick leave, you got all kinds of stuff. It literally takes 5 deputies to be able to staff one deputy on duty 24/7.
To make sure you'll always have somebody.
Right. That's right. And the sheriff and I sat there and ran the numbers, and that's about $450,000 to $500,000.
With roll-ups.
With roll-ups.
I mean, so, yeah.
So that's
cheap.
That's the hand we've been dealt.
So I'm just looking for an answer, at some point.
What was the question?
Well, this is.
What's going to happen in the future of Ingram?
I put this on the agenda as a discussion item because the dialogue needs to start.
Yes.
And the next step, I think, needs to be we need to encourage and invite the Ingram City Council and the mayor to come talk to us about their plan, and so that we can figure out how we can help each other. We need to keep this dialogue open. So, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And I appreciate the information. I'm not sure I know how to read the chart yet, but
Me either. Thank you. Makes you feel better.
let's move quickly on to the approval agenda. Item 2.1, budget amendments.
Yes, there are 10 budget amendments for your consideration. These are line item adjustments. Auditor is certifying new revenue for 2. The entries are on the first page, the bottom 2. We are starting to see the impact of the inflation. The sheriff's office is moving from his capital outlay budget into vehicle, oil, and gas, $70,000 to make it through the end of the year.
We appreciate the good work.
Some might say, let's go Brandon. I move for approval.
I second it. We got a motion and a second to approve the budget amendments as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. It's unanimous. It's a tough pill to swallow, but it's unanimous. Okay, moving on to item 2.2, pay the bills.
Yes, we have the bills today for your consideration, $1,791,945.63.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the bills as presented, pay the bills as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Next is 2.3, late bills.
Yes, we have for your consideration an amount of $812,726.28. 2 of these are for the East Kerr County wastewater treatment program.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve payment of late bills as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. 2.4, auditor reports.
Yes, we have performed internal audits for the Office of the County Treasurer, the Director of Animal Services, and Environmental Health Director. We presented these reports and ask that you accept them.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, got a motion and a second to approve the auditor's reports as presented. Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous.
And Judge, I'm sorry, I have one more report that I forgot.
Okay.
That I can add real quick. The Sheriff's Office keyboard that he brought to my office and gave to me to use is working perfectly. I can see all of the keys on the keyboard.
That's before I talked to you about the budget.
He's the wheel.
We tried.
Item 2.5, monthly reports.
Yes. For May 2022, County Clerk Jackie J.D. Dowdy, District Clerk Dawn Lance, Constable Precinct 1 Tommy Rodriguez, Precinct 2 Kyle Snyder, Precinct 3 Paul Gonzalez, Precinct 4 Brad Ryder, Just of Peace, Precinct 1 Missy French, Precinct 3 Kathy Mitchell, Precinct 4 Bill Ragsdale. Environmental Health OSSF Director Ashley Batters, Animal Control Services Director Reagan Gibbons. Amended reports. Environmental Health OSSF Director Ashley Batters. March 2022 for additional revenue, and April 2022 for additional revenue. I move for approval.
Second.
You have a motion and a second to approve the monthly reports as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Court orders, 2.6.
We have our court orders from our May 23rd meeting, regular meeting, numbers 39321 and 39348. They all look to be in good shape. Move for approval.
Second.
Court orders, there's a motion and a second to approve the court orders as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Okay, moving on to the information agenda. 3.1, status reports from department heads. 3.2, status reports from elected officials.
I know it's been long, everybody wants to get out of here. Just kind of want to let y'all know what's going on the status report. You know, I know the budget's coming around the corner, but we've had a tremendous increase on human smuggling and the mental health transports. The last 3 weeks has just been crazy. Human smuggling cases, we were lucky, we usually got one a week. 2 weeks ago we had 3 in one day, we had 5 that week. I mean, those are just, and that's kind of all hands on deck deal where it requires all of us to kind of go out there and help out and get that taken care of. But more on the mental health transports, I kind of focused on the budget. You know, last couple of weeks it was all hands on deck, that's done. I need to get with the police chief because, I mean, you know, when we go to San Antonio, I mean, I was okay with it. I wasn't okay with going to Austin, San Angelo, which now what I'm facing is we've had trips now to Katy and Belton. That's ridiculous. I mean, that's ridiculous. We got to figure something out. And with, you know, with the chief right now, we send 2 guys. We send one and they send one just for officer safety. I had some meetings last week. I haven't talked to the chief yet, but I'm kind of considering, you know, maybe one guy if it's 2 hours or less just to kind of extend, you know, the manpower to help out. But we're in a position we got to do something that's just taking up all of our time in addition with everything else going on. So, you know, even increasing an officer, you know, over 5 years, that'll help. I mean, just because crime's just going up basically and stuff like that. But just to kind of let you know that those 2 are really taking up a lot of our time. And the bad thing is that both of those are unfunded mandates, I refer to them as. Really killing us.
They're statutorily required.
Yeah, my hands are tied. But anyway, just kind of let y'all know what's the latest.
This is an ongoing problem that we've been fighting forever.
Mm-hmm. Keep going.
Thank you.
I have a couple things.
Constable Ryder.
Constable Ryder, yes, thank you. I saw Reagan earlier. I was going to watch this at my office, and I had the same problem with the vehicle. The vehicle that was approved in capital outlay last year. As of Friday, still has not been manufactured. I talked to Enterprise. The problem, well, don't have really a problem. I talked to them about the options. Option was find an orphan. They call an orphan. Somebody ordered one, didn't take it, it's available. Okay, they had the same truck. It could be here possibly in July. The money's a whole lot different though. So getting all those numbers in order, working on budget, I didn't get which in time to get it on the agenda, just to let you know. Second item is I'm starting a program within the constable's office to do law enforcement vehicle inspections, mainly that consist of trailers. I sit there by the tax office every day and listen to the people, those ladies in there getting just complain, gripe that, curse that, everything, because we don't have a service here. Finding out what you have to do that. It's called a 68A form. Law enforcement's the only one that can do that. Bernie, Kendall County Sheriff's Office is doing it. Otherwise, you go to San Antonio, and there's anywhere from a 3 to 6 month waiting list. There's 3 classes. I start one of those tomorrow. It's free. I just got to get to San Antonio. The other 2 is whenever they plan them. It's through auto theft database kind of thing. That being said, on the flip side, the good side to it, I guess, if there is one, not only we serve the community and our citizens, but there's a $40 charge that goes in the general fund for every inspection that's done. So in knowing that, and knowing kind of finding out some of this information, I've talked to Bob Reeves about that. He seems to think, and I know this is going to come later, but he has a place we can use over on McFarland, I guess it was, an old recycle center, somewhere we could use to do the inspections. It's kind of a general location. That may change up in coming plans, but first step was to get the education, find out exactly what we needed. I know what classes I have to have now in order to do that, so that's where I'm at with that. Just kind of enlighten you on what I've been working on.
Right. So this is to be able to do trailer inspections that are now required on certain trailers?
Basically, there's a lot of trailers. You go out and build a barbecue pit trailer, and you have no VIN. You won't get it registered. There's a new law passed, even like some of y'all may know Mike Dillon, for example. His dad passed away. They had a trailer on the ranch for 35 years. He can't get it registered without this inspection. This is separate from your inspection that you go down to the Exxon or the A&A Tire or whoever to get a vehicle inspection. This one is the only one that can be done by law enforcement, and it is to hunt for that VIN because the VINs are being taken off on stolen trailers.
Okay.
And so that has to be done first. If you do not have a bin and it's a shop-made trailer, it's my understanding at this point that DMV will issue you one after this inspection.
This is news, but I think it's good public information also. If you currently have a licensed trailer that's shop made and does not have a VIN, you can be able to renew it?
Probably not without the inspection. That's my understanding. And that's what a lot of people are really hot under the collar about. And some of these ladies are just, it's not their fault. The law changed, I think, in February. And they're receiving the wrath. So.
Sounds like an unfunded mandate.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, right now, as far as I can see, we have a property, we can search for, look for these duties inspections, then that's not an issue. The education part of it so far that I've found is free to me, so I just have to get there and take the training, and just the fact to take a day out of the week to maybe every Tuesday, for an example, maybe a bad one, but an example, and do trailers all day. I think San Antonio will do only 30 a day. I don't know how many people that consists of, but that's all they'll do, because that's all the time and manpower they have.
Okay.
I might can only do 10, I don't know.
Good
So
information.
we'll get into it. But that's part of my plan, so I just let you know. Thank you.
Okay.
Judge, can I just ask a couple things, just to update? We have 2 roads left on the FEMA list, and they should be done this week. So that will complete that list, and Noel's been working hard on that. And so we'll be glad when that's all done. And then I was hearing people, I think it was more about the leased vehicles, but I think I mentioned to the court, we ordered a 12-yard dump truck that is budgeted for this current fiscal year. We ordered it October 1, and at the very soonest, it will be November of next fiscal year. So it's an international 12-yard dump truck, so we're running into issues with that too as far as to build it. It hasn't been built yet, but we ordered it on October 1, so.
October 1 of last year?
It'll take a year, 2 months to get one.
So anyways, I wanted to let you know on the FEMA roads that we're really dwindling down on that, and the 2 roads that are left, a section at Derrick Road, and then that section before the narrow crossing on Upper Turtle Creek. And then we should have that list completed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, with that, we're going to recess for a short break.
Wait, we got one more?
What?
We got
liaison.
liaison.
Yeah, liaison.
And I have something to say.
Now we know why.
The history camp that the Historical Commission put on was very well attended. I asked if they could have stood more kids, and they said they were capacity, so that was good. Union Church has had a lot of improvements to it. They were very complimentary about those, and how what a great site it was. It was very good. So there are some things need to be done to it still, but Shane's well aware of it. So I want to thank everybody that volunteered, especially the Historical Commission, and Buzzy's came out and fed the kids. So thanks to Buzzy's Barbecue and everybody else that helped out. So that's it. It was a success.
I don't have anything.
2 things. Both one, TABC is changing their rules and guidelines and application processes like they do every 2 years, evidently. But now that liquor by the drink or alcohol is available for sale in Precinct 2, that brings up the Hook and Youth Event Center, which up to now we have never done that. Jake is in the process of looking at it. I think the direction will be that all alcohol will need to be purchased through Spectrum, which will increase revenue. I'm just bringing it up now to he's expecting a little bit of pushback. I have to work out a little bit with Stock Show Association, and there's a little bit of it. They have a special agreement with them, and he's thinking and wants probably a little bit of input from us. Does he, to start with, provided at cost, so we're not making any money? Does he at cost plus 50%? I mean, he's trying to figure out how to get into all the quinceaneras and weddings and all the events out there. Not all, many of them use alcohol, and how that's going to be proceeded, and exactly what portion of the facility he licenses. I mean, it's not the term they use, it's basically what it is. You have to designate certain areas, so like he can have the exhibit hall only, and the rest of it can be the way it is right now. So anyway, there's just some things to think about. That's pending. The other thing is that I think it was last week, Economic Development Corporation had a workshop, and it was interesting. Up until now, I think the priority of KEDC has been bringing high-paying jobs into the area. Pretty much the focus is changing, mainly because there's no housing, and
Childcare.
and with no housing, there's no people for any job right now. It's a problem, and one of those issues is childcare. It's a big part of that.
Yeah.
So I'm probably gonna schedule a workshop. With budget coming up, I don't know if it's gonna be real soon, but really as to what direction this court wants to go with economic development. Things that were talked about was maybe providing child care. Maybe a group of them, the city, hospital, county, go together, schools, to provide child care for our employees and their employees. Another option would be assistance to developers to do low-income housing. It's just not happening. It's not going to happen. A lot of the city looks at a lot more than we do, and they don't come to us, but they just can't make developers can't make the economics work. And it's kind of at and evidently, I was not aware of this, but over there by Legion, near the fire station, that little area was developed by basically the city subsidized that housing.
And USDA.
Yeah, well, that was that one. And what's come up at this meeting was the USDA property, or the property that was bought from the USDA by the airport. It's already owned by EIC.
You talking about where the apartments are?
No, that one
part.
off Legion, it was done. But the idea was that the property that was purchased for the USDA out by the airport's 86 acres, I think, possibly doing something with that. We wouldn't really be involved with it necessarily, or maybe we would. Maybe we'd help pay for some of the infrastructure, but the city, or EIC, owns it, so obviously they could provide a much discounted price per acre if they chose to. So there's a lot of things that it's very different than discussions in the past. That's why I think it's probably good for a workshop to see what direction, if the county wants to help with some of that or not.
As long as anything like that gets passed along to the consumer, all of that is aimed toward developers and helping out. But if it trickles down to the buyer, the purchaser, and actually gets workforce housing, then that'd be worth discussing.
Right. I think some of this does. Another thing would be basically if the development progresses, either city, county could help fund the infrastructure and then get reimbursed as homes get built and sold. There's a lot of different things you can do. But it's very new to the county to look at this type of stuff, and new to the city. So something that we probably need to look at down the road.
Any more good news?
Government housing.
Okay, then what we're going to do is to adjourn, take a short recess, a short break, and then we'll return in executive session to discuss consultation with the attorney and a personnel matter. 3:33, and we're coming out of executive session, and there being no business before the court at this time, we are adjourned.